Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be continuing work on MonsterStone, and this is like the 16th session, so it's going pretty well. And hello to you, both of you. Hello, Toto. Hello, Power Dude. Hope you're doing well today, and would like to join me for a little bit. Alright, so let's see. Get the preview removed. So where were we now? Oof. So we're still working on GUI stuff, and we're getting fairly close to getting a lot of stuff fixed. And I quickly before the stream looked up something called application.persistentDataPath, and I should really start using this instead of the game's like local directory, because this is something I'll need for like save data and stuff in the future. So I was thinking maybe taking a look at this and see how hard it's going to be to implement. Yes. Amongst that, we've also still got some things to the video menu with the resolution and stuff, like setting whether or not it should be full screen and stuff like that, and VSync as well. But we can take a look at that throughout the day maybe. Right now though, we need to go into the idle clicker. And in idle clicker we should have something with the data paths for saving and loading. Question is, should I start here? Yeah, let's just start here, because there's two separate folders right now that we save things into. One is the user settings, like volume and input manager and all that stuff, and the other one is like actually saving the game. And I have to figure out where it does that initialization step. Let's see here. Application data path. Okay, so we have something here. Okay. So we just need that persistent data path maybe? See if we find anything. That's the application. Application.persistent data path. Read only. Of course. And this is that. Okay. So this should be like, for instance, your app data folder. Depending on a couple things, I guess. The Windows editor and standalone player, user profiles, app data, local low, company name, product name. So that means if I then add that in here, then it's going to be product name / saved game / selected profile name / and then the save game folder there. Okay, that's not too bad. And of course I'll have to check and test this to see where it actually, like what it actually does with it. I don't even remember if I've set up the company name and all that stuff for the Unity project. I think I have, but that's like, if I have, we're talking years ago. But yeah, that should literally just be it for the saving and loading save data path. And then we also need, that would be the settings manager. And we should have a similar thing here where it just says data path right now. So that, and there's another one over here. Look that in. Oop, oop. And I think that should do the trick. Fingers crossed it works first try. And if I get a phone call some random time today, then it's just because the people managing like all the apartment block stuff needs to come and fix my doorbell because it doesn't ring right now. Let's see here, let me just quickly see if I can find that folder off screen. So that would be there, and then it would be users, app data somewhere there. See local low. Oof. Bended rules? Is there's a bended, there's two bended rules folders. Okay. But there's the old one from like a previous project. Pin quick access. Let's see, where did it put that? There. Okay, I want to move you. There we go. And we've got our option settings in here, so that just works. So that's going to be stored here now, which is going to be very nice. Let's also try and saving and loading the game, see if that works. I know there's some things related to loading that I also need to fix, but otherwise, yeah. Found out that you can eat if you're standing on top of the hut. Wow, so much for extreme difficulty. Well, there's still some things there, but that is kind of weird. I have a suspicion that's not intentional. I do wonder why, like how it checks whether or not you're inside a pressurized room or not. Okay, that works, seemingly. By the way, Power Dude, I've got an implemented auto-clicker now in the game. And you as well, Toto. Forgot the game was super loud. Top of the hut is pressurized. Finger checks by tiles. Yeah, I implemented an auto-clicker. I'm pretty happy with it. It's a little bit more functional than what you'd get from just using a regular one. Now you can play it without paying it? What do you mean? Without paying it? Oh, without playing it. Yeah, it's like an accessibility feature for people who want auto-clickers. Part of the things that make it better is that it doesn't, you know, auto-click on everything that exists in the game. So like quests and such, it won't interact with whatsoever. Neither will it interact with UI elements. And I've also implemented a toggle to activate feature, so if you just do that, then you just press right click and then it's toggled. And if it's toggled, you can't like simultaneously left click on things until it's untoggled, so there's like some fail safes in there too. And of course you can set the speed of it as well. It is disabled by default, and it's normally like activated on right click, so you can do both clicks as well. But I'm not think like achievements will eventually be a thing in the game, right? And I'm not thinking that, oh, enabling auto clicker will disable achievements, because it's just an accessibility feature for people who might have like wrist pains or something like that. Because enforcing people to what do you call it, basically cause carpal tunnel syndrome on themselves just to play the game makes it less accessible, am I right? So that, and instead of like promoting people to get third-party tools, I would rather just make it for the game. When the game is released, auto clicker is a paid feature. Nah, honestly, I don't see why. It took me like maybe 1 or 2 afternoons to implement, so it's not really that bad. But yeah, got the save data and everything out there now, so that's good. The reason why that is good is so that I don't save it in the project folder as well while I'm making the game, which currently has been like not really an issue, but whenever then you go out of play mode, it has to import the assets, if you will, for the save data. So by setting this up right by, you know, already now, then I won't have to deal with that in the future. And that saved game, and what was it, the other one called? Shoot. I can never remember. Option settings. There we go. I'll never become a AAA developer. For that, you're glad. Well, let's implement like a resource cap in the game, and then if you want to be able to collect more than 1,000 resources, you gotta pay out $1,000 for every digit you want to add. If you want 10,000, that's at least $1. So if you want to add 3 digits, that's $3. Let's make it a monthly subscription too. I still can't believe like games such as Assassin's Creed has an actual DLC or microtransaction that you can buy that just increases your XP gain. It's mind-boggling that that ever became a thing. I mean, it's not surprising, but still, like, why? Just monetizing that kind of feature? I don't know. An energy system so you don't burn out your desire to play. Well, how would you even... I guess you could do that in here with like the craft stations, or just put like unnecessarily long timers on shit so that you're forced to keep the game running, and implement actual idle game like mechanics to that degree. That would be really, really atrocious. Nah. Thanks, but no thanks. You know, rather just make a good game. Or at least try to. Okay, so here we are. The video settings. Now you're getting it. What do you mean now? Not like I've played way too many mobile games. Hey Selfire. I saw your question on Discord regarding Raft, by the way. But I was getting ready for the stream, so I didn't want to get caught up in conversation. I hope you don't mind. How are you doing today? Resolution, right. You're doing good? Well, that's nice to hear. Your sleep schedule hasn't been all fucked up yet from playing too much 7 days, has it? Video settings. This is what we made last. Yes. I was in playing a little bit yesterday, but then Toto came on and we played some Osiris to sleep at like 2. I mean, that's my normal daily rhythm, so yeah, it does have that effect on you if you're not diligent about also getting up on time. I need an alarm if I need to get up at like 10. Otherwise, I'll sleep till 12 or 1 p.m. even. How should we do this menu? Because these are the settings that I would like to implement next. So there's exclusive full screen, which is, you know, just the default. There's full screen window, maximized window, and windowed. The maximized window is that you still see the borders of the window, but it just takes up the entire screen. And then window mode is just that, like it's a window you can move around. I think for maximized, it can't be moved around. And then full screen window is borderless window mode. And sometimes you turn it off after it goes off and don't get up. There's a lot of situations where I like to, it's nice to have maximized window, or sorry, full screen window. Like for instance when streaming, because when you're swapping back between 2 monitors, you don't want it to be like every time you click on another monitor, it needs to like, you know, unmaximize the game. But you do get some performance improvements if you do run it in exclusive full screen. Yeah, certain games you definitely need to do that with. Games such as RimWorld doesn't really have that issue. Regarding your rap question, by the way, yes, I have played it. And I do have some opinions on the game as well, if you're curious. This is the thing. Okay. Let's see. Because this whole setup here was a little bit different. Alright, well, so my perspective is that I like playing Raft. I played it both with people and without. Oh, it's the final, is it the actual final update? Then I might return to it. Let's put a sequence in here. But I like Raft for, like, it's a really good linear survival game, but it does really poorly for the open world aspect, in my opinion. Because the progression of the game suffers because of the linear story that that I feel is unnecessary to even be there in the first place. Like, it's cool, but it comes at a cost, and I don't really like the cost as much as I like the linear story narrative. That's why you posted it. Yeah, I figured it would be something like that. Last time I played it, it was with a group of people that hang out in a different Discord, and we played it 4 people together, and it was actually quite fun. But the thing that I really don't like about the progression is, as I said, because it's tied to the story and narrative, it means that in order to progress, you have, like, at some point you're just forced to indulge into the story of the game, since certain aspects of the game are just locked behind it, and that forces you to go to specific points in the world which are like hard code locations or something like that. And I really just like the whole RNG going from island to island aspect of the game. So suddenly being forced to to go to specific parts felt like a diversion from the survival aspect. And in fact, once you get to that point, the survival aspect of the game is completely voided anyway, because you know, you've got all the tools needed to survive at that stage. Yeah, eventually. And I didn't really like that, because it's like, oh, okay, so in order to progress now, I have to go and do the story part, because that's how you unlock recipes for more advanced things, like the paddles and stuff like that. And then you just get forced to spend like an eternity on these islands, walking around, figuring out where you have to go. And it just feels like it drags the game out, and I don't really got much enjoyment of exploring the islands, because it was a lot of, you know, they were like linear in the progression, where you know, you're expected to go a certain path, and that means there's no replayability there either, because every time you play the game from scratch, like a new save, you know, eventually you have to go and redo that whole thing just to get access to new technology, just so you can progress. And I don't like that, because that means that those aspects of the game become boring like as soon as you've done them the first time. And in fact, I didn't really feel that they were super interesting to begin with, because they're like, okay, well made, but obviously if they wanted to actually make it enjoyable, they would have to spend way too much time on it. And I kind of feel like you can feel that yourself as well, that they deliberately didn't overdo those aspects of the game. Raft, as it's called. It's a what now? It's a yeah, the boat game. I guess you could call it that. It's a what now, Salvia? Yeah, it's a one-time. Yeah, exactly. But I was just like really enjoying the whole going from island to island aspect. And if they just like extended that so that, once you unlock certain things, you can go to specific directions, but still like keep the sort of exploration part, like random exploration somehow, that would be nice. Don't know how you would do that when you can like suddenly suddenly control where you go, but like you could add some kind of weather elements in an area where it's like, you gotta follow the needle on a compass and it keeps changing or something in order to get to these random islands that are like higher tier, if you will. I do like the building aspect of the game and stuff. And it can be very, very punishing if you're multiple people on a boat when you start out, but eventually the survival aspect kind of just disappears. So yeah, that is a bit unfortunate, but it's a good game nonetheless. Like, for the asking price, it's definitely something I would recommend if you've never played it before. The null chicken, that one, that's what I needed to check. That one and that one. But yeah, I might revisit it if they're actually finished with the game. But I do also know that that means that I have to play through all the parts that I already have played, and those don't really interest me. So that would be like pretty grindy, I feel, because I've already done it once before. And I realized then that the whole like, okay, linear progression, and you can't really skip parts either. That's the other part. You're forced to do all the story elements you have already done before to progress to the later stages of the game, and that's just not fun. Yeah, I think that was the part that I stopped at was like a shack town built up in like multiple levels, I think. where you go from walk bridges across the different shacks and stuff. Exactly. I think 7 days right now is more appealing than Raft, to be honest. But we're also playing modded, and we're playing together as a group there. So I agree. I'm a bit more on board with that. Full screen mode. Let's just call it that. Is full screen mode. Yeah, exactly. It also, it's not just that it's a nice change, but I also feel that it extends the lifespan of like a 7 days run. Yeah, exactly. But I feel that it like extends it quite a lot because things aren't easy to acquire and quite expensive. And even at level 60, I feel like there's still a lot of stuff to accomplish, you know? And that's really good for a mod to have that kind of effect. Because there's still things we haven't seen, and there's definitely room for improvement on our gear, so... Seen multiple army helicopters the other day, like for sale, I assume. 3,500 carry weight. Because that's like the SUV's carry weight, isn't it? But then there's the fuel consumption too. Only like little over 500,000 dukes, yeah. I'd imagine if you sold a lot of stuff, you'd be able to. Maybe you'll check it later. Alright, talk to you later, Prelude. Thanks for dropping by. And have a good one. We need to add like a button here. I'm trying to think. Should it be a drop down menu with just the, or should it be like toggle buttons for full screen modes? Yeah, so you just need like 10 times as many. I'm trying to think, what's a good like way to do it? Maybe I should just like open a game and take a quick look. Drop down. I mean, that would definitely make it easier to implement, but would it look nice? Yeah, the thing with toggles that makes them a bit more complex is that then you need to untoggle the opposite one if you have multiple options, which you can do with something called toggle groups. But I don't know if they work with what I want, with how I want to do things. Template settings. Container category, there we go. This is the template stuff. So we can do a drop down or a toggle or a couple toggles. No problem. Is there a good game that I could quickly open to just check? I guess we could just... Dyson Sphere doesn't take that long to load, does it? I think it supports all the screen modes. I still find it pretty funny that that Osiris New Dawn game uses the exact same rewired framework I do now for input management. That was a pretty interesting find yesterday, Toto. But it makes sense, like, it's very easy to set up and super flexible. Okay. So what does the video menu look like? They got you a drop down for your resolutions. And then a toggle for full screen. Or not full screen. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I'll be right back. Wow. Sorry about that little distraction there. I was just my phone calling, and I don't know why, but I've got fucking Deaf Clock as my ringtone, and that just scared the shit out of me. But it was basically just the people calling me saying like, oh yeah, wanting to agree upon a time tomorrow when they can come and bother me to get my doorbell fixed. So and then they were like early noon or something, pre-midday, and I was like, okay, well, what do you consider that? Because I usually get up at 10. Oh, okay, then they were like, so after 10, they said, and not any sooner. So yeah, right. But yeah, maybe I should just take a screenshot of this, because there's some things here. I can't remember if I've got screen space ambient occlusion, but there's also anti-aliasing and other things here. But yeah, notice this game doesn't actually support like borderless full screen. So so this is the thing where if you untoggle full screen, then it, because this is also made in Unity, right? So it would be working in the exact same way as my game. So that means it's a toggle that switches between exclusive full screen mode and then windowed mode. Those two. It's what then, like when you toggle that, then it swaps between those two. I mean, the drop down would be easiest because then you don't have to do like a multi-select toggle thing. It would also be weird with a multi-select toggle, because then either I would have to have one that's called windowed mode, like one for each and every one of them, which would be 4 toggles on top of each other. And I can do that and then just set it up slightly differently. Let me just try and see what that would look like giving my setup. Put that in there. Right now we have like, so it would be 4 settings here. And then just like change the field here, and then whichever one you chose, then it would untoggle the other ones. The thing is though, do these toggles work? Yeah, so these buttons, or these toggles, they work slightly differently than normal. So when you press the toggle, then the toggle component itself handles the visual parts of that toggle alone. And then it toggles toggle text BG, which is in here. So okay, so that is actually the thing that then changes the state of that image there. So I couldn't necessarily just use a I don't think I'll be able to use the toggle group component then. Thinking. How does a toggle group even work? Well, I guess we're already on Unity. Oh, okay. Here. I wonder if it's like an invisible game object you give the toggle group to, and then you refer that to every single button that's supposed to be like in the same toggle group. That's probably how it works. Not a visible UI control, but rather a way to modify the behavior of a set of toggles. Toggles that belong to the same group are constrained to so that only one of them can be switched on at a time. Pressing one of them to switch it on automatically switches the others off. Set up by dragging the toggle group object to the group property of each of the toggles in the group. Toggle groups are useful anywhere the user must... Yeah. Unlike other UI elements, an object with a toggle group component does not need to be a child of a canvas object, although the toggles themselves still do. Okay, yeah, so I can literally make like an invisible game object in the hierarchy and then give that the toggle group component, and then I just add that game object to the toggle group part of all these toggle buttons. Let's try and see what that looks like, if that works. Yeah, and I can't just like add it to that hierarchy. I would need to do it somewhere else, I guess. Yeah, and I can't add it outside of there because that is... Can I add it to there? No, because that's inside a prefab. Okay, what if I add a toggle group to this component? The top setting here. That would work. Then we take you guys, lock you. I don't know if I have to lock you to do this, but we've done that anyway. And then we drag that toggle setting thing with the group here over there. Now I should be able to just unlock it again. So now these guys should be in the same toggle group. Okay. Let's just see what happens. since I did copy them, they just have the same functionality, but that's not really what we're testing anyway, so that does not matter. So if we go into options, okay, that didn't quite. Doesn't quite work the way I thought it would. It works for the bottom 3 buttons. Why does it not work? Oh, maybe it's because... no. So I set them all to be is on as false. Oh, wait. Yeah, there's some weird shenanigans here. So right now the bottom toggle is set to be enabled. Or is on, rather. Okay, yeah, this causes some really weird behavior. Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because of my button interaction effects. I think it's because of that. Why is it complaining here? Value of value on toggle value change cannot be fetched dynamically, it must be assigned. Oh, really? Toggle enabled. Is that the thing? No, it's not. Is active is on. This is the thing. That should do something at least. I'm actually also using that down there, so that at least that shouldn't complain anymore. Still, the buttons do misbehave, but that is... yeah, you can actually see this. So the thing is, it checks on value changed, and that's what's used to update the visual aspects. And it doesn't take into account whether or not it's like a separate sort of game object that changes its state. So when I'm pressing this button down here, the toggle group that we just set up then switches that one to the opposite of what it was. And then because that toggle's value changes, it runs code that then changes the state of the tick box to be what it shouldn't be. And that's why it gets all messed up in here. Because right now it's supposed to not be on according to the toggle group. Which, from what I can see here, everything seems to be fine. Like the second toggle here, that is the one I selected at last. So that is also the one that should be on. And if I select this one, does it actually do it correctly? Because we're checking this is on bool here, and indeed it does seem to be the case. And then I switch to the last one and it, yeah. Okay, so that explains the weird behavior with the toggle group. Not control, events, and GUI. Yeah, so this is not... This is actually kind of annoying. There's no like on toggle clicked or something like that by the looks of things. There's some here with event data. On pointer click. But then that relies on you actually clicking on the thing with the event system. On value change is a little bit more robust because it doesn't matter how you change the value. And the same with the on button click, because it then gets you that like sort of event. And these are a little bit specific. I don't even remember how to set them up. Yeah, on pointer click. So that checks whenever I click on this, of course, which is basically the same as whenever the value is changed, because, or rather no, it's not, because now it's like only if I click on the thing. But then if you don't have a pointer, I don't know, then I would need to, oh yeah, rewired. What options do we have with rewired? Ah, shoot. Code base. Rewired. And what was it called again? Can't even remember. Instead of doing it this way, let's take a look at another example. What's a good one? Camera control, I think. Camera control, is it this one? Get access. Yeah, so get button. I do have like an interact thing, so let's just try and see how this works. And then up here we should have our rewired stuff somewhere. Oh right, it doesn't exist there in runtime. Input manager. My speakers were off. I didn't even realize. I forgot to turn them back on after I was done with the phone call. There we go. Okay, I can't even access the edit in runtime. Never mind. So we have this interact thing here, and that's tied to the left mouse button on mouse, I think. Yes. And then I should also have like one for a button input on the controller, so that means we just call you interact, but we do need one more thing, which I also can't remember what it was, so we'll just nick it from here. Yeah, so rewind initialize player, this is something you need. So this should allow me so that we can do just this. The only thing about this is that has to be run every update, and I'm not a big fan of that on UI objects. Because in every update it has to check for every UI element, even if it's... Well, I guess only if it's loaded. Which they don't do because we disable the UI elements when you're outside the main menu. But I'm not a big fan of that approach, honestly. Though I have no idea how intensive that's gonna be. But if you want to use the rewired control input stuff, then that's kind of how it has to be, I suppose. So like right now all the UI elements are disabled because we're not in the menu. So whenever you go out, it does stop the update. Oh right, and it has to be a player, get button, and only down. Because otherwise it checks for as long as, like, does the thing as long as you're holding it. There we go. Yeah, so very briefly, it's hardly noticeable, but very briefly it turns to true. And then when it does that, you can do this stuff. Oh, right. But then you have to check if you click this object. Mm. Thanks for your self-promotion there. That's really not appreciated. I can't remember how you ban people on DLive if it's just like the slash commands. Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. Let's see. Funny. So I wonder if this works. So this is actually something I haven't quite considered. Okay, that didn't work. What if we do like this? No, it didn't work. What the fuck? Because this is what I want to be spending my time on. Oh my god, this is so obnoxious. I'm not even logged into DLive right now. Don't you also just love getting harassed on your own stream? That's just a duck stream, don't worry about it. Why does the ban thing not work? Do I seriously have to do it from user not found? What? Huh. So it has to be at, like, /ban space at, and then like that, the user's name. But what's really obnoxious is that I can't, like, I can't do that from within Restream, apparently. This doesn't work. So that's nice. Because that essentially means I have to go to DLive and log in and then type in /ban. That is kind of bad, honestly. That probably also means that if there's an SCP fan on Twitch, they're also banned now. That's the thing that I was thinking about, might be a bit problematic. But yeah, it's like /ban at username. So unless it's because... no. So unless it's because the restream bot is not modded on my DLive channel. And laugh at the sad DLive man. So there's like a /mod here, but I'm pretty sure, unless it's because it has to be... Okay, restream bot is now a moderator. So if that relays messages to DLive now, it has the power to ban, and hopefully that works. Let's just try something. Oh yeah, it has to be an @SCP fan. Oh, that's curious. So when I do this, it actually pops up in Restream as me putting the thing in. I just noticed. But I guess it wasn't doing it before? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Because these messages didn't, like, it says are right here, but it's like they are not in here. Eh? Because that was me typing it in directly into DLive chat. Let me just try and go to Google. And then say like test. Okay, so that appears in here now. Could be because I haven't been logged in for DLive for a while. I don't know. Oh well, we learned something. But yeah, with Restream you can switch to like whether or not it should be Restream chat and all that stuff. So if it's Restream chat, then it's like the bot, as far as I know, that gets relayed. I don't even know. Huh. Here it says it's written by me directly. Unless it does that as me and not the bot. I don't know. I think it used to be just the relay even for the streamer, but maybe they changed that. I mean, they are working on things after all, so... Anyways, that was a little bit of a detour, I suppose. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do this in a good way then. I guess... Would that work? Because I could do like a check to see if this button was pressed directly, but... there has to be like an easier way. Yeah, because how would I even get that check in the first place without having like a on button pressed? Or button click or whatever. Because if I do on pointer click, then it circumnavigates the rewired input stuff. Let's see. And access get button. Get button double press hold. Okay. But the thing is, this is all like events of inputs, not interactions with UI. So none of this is what I should be looking for then. And on GUI events, this is all I have. And all these are pointer events, so they rely on a cursor pointer to interact with things. It's a shame the on button click doesn't register on the toggle. Well, not really, because the toggle group thing is working, but it it doesn't work together with my own like code that I've made, and I can't figure out a way to get like check whether or not the toggle has been pressed, basically. What I can do is that I could do if the value has changed, and then if it was on, or if it's been changed to on or off, and then depending on which state, then it needs to do different things. No, that doesn't matter, actually. The issue is when yes. I mean, they're all the same, so there is only one toggle. They're just instanced copies of each other. I do. But I'm trying to do something with them that weren't designed for. The issue is that due to how the toggle groups work, if you press 1, it switches the state of the toggle, and then that triggers this on toggle value changed event. So that means that because everything is relying on the value of the toggle button changing, which works just fine when you only have one toggle button, you know? But as soon as something outside of that toggle button changes its state, then it also triggers all the rest of the code, and the rest of the code is things like, toggle the state of the UI element on there, and also like save down the state of that button, which is fine, but it's like, yeah. It would need 4 options to make it a little bit like a multi-options menu instead of like it's a drop down, but it's like toggle buttons basically. But the issue is that I'm changing it from an outside game object, and that causes issues. So the only way I can deal with that is if I somehow tell it, like pass along information that also says, hey, this was changed from the outside. But if I do that, then I basically can't use the toggle group component as far as I'm aware. Or it doesn't seem like it, at least. So the whole like ease of implementation is just thrown out of the window then. It's a toggle group because when you toggle one option, it needs to untoggle the others. Because you can't both have full screen and then non-full screen at the same time. Don't care about the text right now. You need to imagine that these are the 4 different screen options. Full screen, windowed, borderless window, and full window mode. So don't think about the text. Right now I'm just only looking at the toggle buttons and getting them to work. But as you can see, like, they misbehave quite greatly. But that's because if I press this up here, it untoggles that button, which triggers the event, which then also does stuff. So the toggle groups themselves will like change the state of the toggle buttons, and then associative, like as they do that, change the visual state as well. But because the buttons themselves change the visual state when their state is changed, it like changes it twice basically in some instances, and that's why it behaves so weirdly. So unless again I can like tell it that it was changed remotely, I don't think there's any other solution right now. Because I basically need to say like, hey, I pressed this button and that untoggled this button over here, and because it happened because of me clicking on this button, it should not run the extra code for the toggle and stuff, and only like save the state of it. I actually don't... I would also have to check whether or not the state is on when I press it, so that it can't be turned on if it's already, or turned off if it's already on directly. So that's another thing as well. Yeah, I mean, drop down menu would be the easiest. It just doesn't feel right. But it does mean that I don't have to worry about this. I mean, I can keep it as a drop-down menu now and then just like worry about changing it up at some other point if I ever want to. Because sometimes it's not just about like whether or not it's easy to implement, but also if it feels right for UI. And normally for these options, they are like toggles, so... Assume your toggles would act the same as a radio button select. Radio button select. Not exactly sure what that refers to. Full screen mode. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what a toggle group normally does. A toggle group makes it so that only one can be enabled at a time, and whenever you switch, like select another button, it automatically untoggles any of the others that might be turned on. So that's what the toggle group is for. Yeah, exactly. That's hence why it's called a toggle group. because they're all tied together. But because of my own code, it goes in and overrides some of the visuals. That's how the toggle group works. But because I made my own code, it goes in and fucks around with it. Because I made my own code to enable and disable the toggle visual effects. So I wasn't relying on Unity's own event system. And that means that I would basically have to implement my own toggle group functionality now if if I wanted to work like that, which isn't hard to do, but it's extra work. So it's definitely easier to just have like 4 options for the various screen thingies, full screen modes. Game development be like that. And that's why making shooters with the Source engine or Unreal engine is a much easier than trying to make a strategy game, because it already has all those pre-built functions in there, right? So that's why Arc was made in Unreal Engine and not Unity, most likely. Full screen mode, that's the event name, we need that. Speaking of Arc, yesterday Peak and we looked a little bit at Arc server stuff. And he got it working like a server, but it's only vanilla right now. And we have like a mod list that we're testing out, but we'll see if it needs changing. Yeah. You usually pick your game engine based on what type of game you want to make and not the other way around. 7 Days is made in Unity as well, which is why the shooting mechanics of that game aren't as solid as something like Overwatch, which is made in Unreal Engine. Unity is like a more generic game engine that doesn't, like, it has some pre-built features, but it's not really like a lot of good pre-built features for specific types of games, right? Whereas Unreal Engine already comes pre-equipped with a lot of shooter-based things because, surprise, surprise, Unreal Tournament was made using the Unreal Engine. So all the things for Unreal Tournament, for instance, are already natively in the game engine right for just using. So any game that wants to be like an FPS shooter or something already gets like a head start because they don't have to implement, you know, their own player controller and stuff like that for shooting mechanics, hit detection of bullets, and so forth. For Unity, that is a little bit different. So that's like a short version of why game engines matter. And also reasons for how to, or approaches to choosing, I rather would say. If we say here, the exclusive, I can't do that. Damn it, I can't do that either. Okay. Exclusive full screen mode. Well, I guess we'll just do one at a time then. And I just forgot. I was in play mode. I should not be in play mode. Good thing I noticed that. Because that undid some of the things I just set up. And in here we have the 4 options. Can I can lock this, right? So that if we go over here, yes, it doesn't change it back. That's good. So exclusive full full screen. Guess I might as well spell it out how they put it in here. Full screen window, and I might just change these to be more human readable. Maximized window. And the last one is just windowed. Because this is basically borderless window mode. Instead of calling it full screen window, we could call it borderless. And we go to the settings manager, because in here we have under depth of field this setting up here, which is basically what we need. Delete that and copy paste this across, just so I have like a reference point on how I did this. Goody good. Does it get populated at runtime? I cannot recall. Check out the graphics thing. Small, medium, large, very large. Okay, so it is also set in here directly. Okay. I'll probably just follow what I did last and then just copy and paste so I don't have to think too much. Oh no, wait, I know why this is. List depth of field model dot kernel size. This is like a bit different, isn't it? Right, so I might actually not want that one then. We did have another, oh, that was actually in video settings, yeah, already. So we already have the resolution thing here that then has all of this stuff. Okay, then this, just forget about that, I guess. So how does this work again? So we load our integer, which is the index for the setting. And then we got all of this. So load resolution set. Wait, no. Resolutions list. Resolutions list is something we populate here. Mm-hmm. Settings manager dot resolution set. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is what sets the resolution. What about the UI object? Where does that happen again? Do I actually set? No, wait, yeah, I do set it. Yeah, I can't even remember. Because this is the settings manager, so that's not it. How the heck am I even setting that now? Is that something that happens in here? I think it is. Yeah, this is where, okay, so this is where it says the UI. Okay, yeah, so it loads the value that we store, and then that's what sets the UI to the right index. Good. So that is not something I have to worry about. So that means, yeah, this is all just like setting the actual thing. So in settings manager. Because we load the game, or we start the game, and then it needs to set the settings according to the default values from the loaded files. So it needs to get full screen mode, and then this thing. It needs to get a item from a list of things, and then set this full screen mode accordingly. This gets the current full screen mode. So that's something I need for establishing the default. All right. Talk to you later, Selfire. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, I've given up on the Talker group. I think it's just going to be a drop down. Okay. Thanks. I guess I do need to like initialize a resolution or screen mode list. a list of the different screen modes that exist. Can I just do like a literal list? I guess. We can do like a create list with 4 different things. So if we do string literal, then we say like exclusive full screen and all that jazz. Let's see. Just steal them from here somewhere. There. Because then we can just copy and paste these. So we need 3, 4 of these. So those are the 4 different internal names for these different options. If we make a list containing the string representation of those options, since it doesn't seem like I can like fetch a list containing the 4 different options at least. Yeah, because this just gets which full screen mode you have, and then that value is a full screen mode. So unless I can say like full screen mode and then get a list of these, then oh wait, there is a list. Objects that can be accessed by index. Hold on, maybe we can do this. We can do this. Oh, okay. This might be a little bit better because then it doesn't rely on the like hard-coded string representations of them. Okay, that is actually kind of nice. Because that means we can use the code that I deleted after all, that we used in here. So that makes it a little bit easier. Because then we would take this list here and then plug it in. Hey Argron, good to see you. Good morning indeed. How was the sniper arcade game? Did you continue playing it? Because you were playing that new content stuff. Oh my goodness. Guess we don't need you. No, this is Unity. It is Unity. Given that I'm using visual programming, though, you could be mistaken quite easily. Was good? Alright. How long was it? Because it felt like you went through areas pretty fast. Got through part 1 of 2. Okay. It didn't seem like as you were really like supposed to be sneaking around. It was more like a killing floor kind of experience, right? Guns blazing and everything. Unless that's just like segment based or something. these. So get the item and set the screen mode. And that is basically it, I guess. The robot Nazi megalodon in lava that you fight in a submarine on the way to hell is interesting. I mean, the whole setting for that was just like super interesting. When you were playing it, it actually like reminded me of an older shooter called Necrovision, which is a little bit of a weird one. I don't know how to explain it, because it starts out that you're like playing in the trenches. And it is a little bit obvious that it's a bit dated. But yeah, you start out just like fighting in the trenches, but then eventually it involves like supernatural phenomenon, a little bit like Wolfenstein in some senses. But without spoiling it, because it's a linear shooter, that is kind of what happened. It's got mixed, opinions, but I actually kind of liked it when I played it. It's one of those like never heard about it kind of games, basically. In the beginning, it's kind of feels a bit like you're just playing another World War II game or World War I game or whatever setting it is. I think it's World War II. And then eventually it like becomes a completely different game. I can't remember which of the, I guess it, yeah, I can't remember which one of the World Wars it's like sort of inspired by, I guess, or set in. But it's not like a Sniper Elite where you like sneak around and such. It's much more Castle Wolfenstein-esque. But in its own cute little way, if you can say it that way. This should set the default save. But glad you had fun with it. Speaking of stealth games as well, at some point I really want to play through like the Thief games on stream at some point. I really like the Thief franchise. It's cool. And I never really actually beat completely one of the newest ones, so maybe that could be a thing. Let's see. So this is depth of field model, so this goes out. And we somehow fit this in here somewhere. need to funnel you through there. Pretty good. And similarly down here, to funnel the null check through, and then this one through. So that should be that. Oh, right, and this one... Okay. So instead of explicitly always telling it to be exclusive full screen mode when you change the res, it should just be to whatever the full screen mode is. And I guess that means there's also something, yeah, here that we need to plug it in. Otherwise it would just change it back to full screen mode every time, like exclusive full screen every time you change the resolution. And that obviously is not something we want, so... That is goody good. Yeah, and this should just, this will wait until all the settings have been initialized, and then once they're done initializing, then it should pick up that your current resolution is, or what your current resolution is, and then set it appropriately. I have a feeling though that this is also not going to be testable within this environment. Because at least setting the resolution does nothing when doing it in play mode, regardless of whether or not the window is inside this, like the docker for the window, I guess, because it's a dock, right? Doesn't matter where it's located. I could technically just make this large enough for all 4 options. Maybe that might be a good idea. They did make the menu selection for the resolutions a lot larger to support all the options that are in there. Something I have to figure out though is that right now it's only displaying like 59 hertz resolutions, and my monitor supports 144 hertz, so I'm not exactly sure what's up with that. Because as far as I know, the resolutions function, or whatever it's called. Oh, that's like an issue in here that we need to check. Oh. $23. Yeah. I have a suspicion that the thing was saved in like a weird way. Okay, let's just try and reset all the options. Wait, it actually said windowed mode, didn't it? Okay, seemingly no errors this time around. Goody good. Yeah, it does say window. Okay. I wonder if you get like any messages in Unity when you change this? No. Okay. Just wondering if it would tell you like, oh, you can't do this in play mode. You need to go and build the game. But yeah, these settings, they should stick. So if we go here and we restart our play session, those options should at least change to what I just changed them to. Yep, correct resolution, and it's set to exclusive full screen mode. Okay. So if we unhide you, and in content, how big are these? Oh, I think they're automatically scaled. Okay, never mind. Well, we should just have to slightly scale this up. So what would that be, like 130 probably? And I could technically also hide the scroll thing, the scroll bar for that this particular one, because it won't need a scroll slider, whatever. But that might look a little bit weird. We'll just see. Ah. Excuse me? What? Okay. That was a little bit weird. Why did it do that? Hmm. Why does it have like a height of 0 all of a sudden? Okay. Because it did the exact same thing for this template up here, and it's fine. Hmm. Yep, it does not like that. Okay. This is supposed to be 130 and then it would show up here. Oh, okay. Eh? Oh, right, because it instantiates a copy every time. But then, what did I do differently? Eh? Why is that misbehaving all of a sudden? That is so strange behavior. Eh? What if I change you to 100? Because that's what it was before I started changing things. Okay. Well, I've just undone like a lot of stuff. Hopefully it behaves like it used to now. I mean, the only thing I did specifically different was that I duplicated extra items into the list to see how big it had to be when it was populated. Okay, now it works again. The hell? Well, I figured I was supposed to be around 130 though. So if I just set it now, will it behave? That might have been like something I accidentally changed without noticing, I guess. Yeah, now it works. Of course, the scroll bar doesn't do anything because it's not needed. Oh, I can't actually disable the scroll bar. Oh, well, if I disable the scroll rec, then I can. But then it looks like this instead. Interestingly enough, oh yeah, right, because it doesn't re-enable it, it actually destroys and then repopulates it whenever you open and close it. It doesn't do an enable disable thing. Remove you and you. Hmm. Horizontal fit preferred size. If I increase that, huh. Ah, it's because it's in here. That's where it is. I was hoping that if we change this to just the right dimensions, we can like refit some of the things for this template here. So instead of like having to make a separate version of this, I can just disable the parts that we don't need and then rescale things. And then the next time I need like a multiple choice drop down without like a scroll, I can use this as a reference. Could even use this for the kernel size because it's a similar situation. Assuming it worked. Why does it not work all of a sudden? Again. Like what? And why? Because it's here, but now it doesn't set the height properly again. And it's a layout element that has ignore layout enabled. So what gives? Hmm. This makes no sense. Because none of the content resizes the template itself. And I literally set this height of the thing there, so how is that? Well, I guess, Not sure why this is set to -50 though. Oh, I guess it has to. But I suppose, oh, that's curious. Wait, so is this? How's, okay, that's strange. Huh? Oh, there's something weird with the anchors here. I wonder if that caused an issue. I don't remember setting those anchors either, so see if that fixes it. No, it did not. The interesting thing is that this drop-down setting has the anchors set as well. Oh, every one of these actually has it set like this. Making this one the outlier. Ah. Ah! This is really confusing me. That would be like up there then. To be fair, that's kind of what you expect it to be, I guess. Why is this giving me so much trouble all of a sudden? Oh. But it's the wrong size. What the fuck is going on here? What's up with this really wonky size? 91.05? Where does that even come from? I am hella confused as to what is going on with this drop down menu. Like, just why? Why can't you do this thing that I ask you to? The template is right there, it's set to 130. So why are you being such a pain right now? What? It's like almost 130, but not quite. This one is exactly 300, and that's exactly what the template is as well. So why is this one being odd? Hmm. It's also really strange that the other drop-down menu is not set up the same way as the bottom one there. I just want to try and set that to something else and see what happens. I really hope it has nothing to do with the fact that there's two drop-down menus in the same hierarchy. And then that confuses the code for it. Because that's Unity's code, not mine. I mean, surely not. Yeah, this one is exactly 300 as it's supposed to be. But why is this other one being such a little bitch? I want to be 91.05 because I'm special. Why? Just do as I say, god damn it. There's virtually no reason for you to do this. Okay, so what happens if we change this to, like, let's say 200 now? Yeah, it stays the same. So if I change it to smaller, then it's fine. Eh? It's almost like something is capping the size of this. So I set it to 20. Is it actually 20 now? Yes. Huh. What? So I can set this as high as I want, but it won't go beyond. Yeah, this is only the preferred width of the items. And this frame just follows the whole size of the thing. And there's content which has no height. And then we have template, which is the outermost image, which is also the background image. And for some reason, this one doesn't want to go beyond a certain size, and I don't understand why. Because again, it's not because of a layout element, since it's set to ignore layout. Unless some of those things get overridden in a weird way. This is really odd. Especially because it only started doing this after I started changing some of the settings for it. And why is it only for this one? It's not even because I'm populating it at runtime, so that's not it either. But yeah, 91.05. Where does it get that value from? Why 91.05? And why is that the max size that it wants to be in? And why only this freaking drop down menu? There's literally no reason to. This confounds me. Because comparing the two templates with the one that's not acting up, there's no difference. So how does it differentiate them then? I guess the difference is that the top one doesn't get populated at runtime. Or the top one does and the bottom one does not. What the fuck do I do about this? If this still doesn't work, I guess I'll have to try and restart Unity, because I'm really running out of ideas on what to try. Yeah, it's still fucking... Okay. Well, this is why making games takes forever sometimes. Okay. Well, while Unity relaunches, I'll go and take a quick toilet break, I guess. Oh my god. Let's unload it. Okay. Well, nothing I can do then wait then. What was it called? It is something a little bit different. Welcome back, Selfire. You fed your pets. Oh yeah, you had a cat, right? I think you shared like an image at some point with that. If I'm right. No? What was it then? Didn't you? Weren't you the one? I think someone shared like an image of a pet at once. Hold on. Damn it. Well, which pets do you have then? Let me ask you that instead. Yeah, I would have to go like really far back in order to try and find that. Or a swan. But this is like way back. Never mind then. Ants. You have ants. Oh, okay, that explains the game then. The ants game. That works as pets. Options. Just why? Why do you do this to me, Unity? Can't you just like not? Get into the right hierarchy again. Full screen mode. This template says 130 in height, but then when it instantiates it, it becomes 91.05 for no explainable reason. Like literally no reason for it to do that. Like all the anchors and pivots and everything are the exact same. But then for some reason when it creates a copy, it becomes a different height. And if we change this template height to like 20, it changes it to the right size. See, it's 20 now. But if I try and go any larger than that 90 something for some reason, it just doesn't want to do it. If I set it to 200, it still clamps it down to 91.05 for some reason. What's weird about that is that for the resolution, I've set it up, made it work like the exact same way, except the height is set to 300. And that one's adjusting itself just fine. So what's going on here? Like if I set it to 400, it behaves normally. What? But why? Why are you such a fucking pain? I guess the only thing I can do now is to try and set it up from scratch and then see if it behaves differently, I guess. There's just like no reason for it to do this. 130 height. Full screen mode. What's the name of you? Full screen mode drop down. Well, it works, but for some reason it doesn't want to scale properly. And I checked everything and there's no reason for it to do that. And it's only specifically that one. And need I remind you that they're all instantiated prefabs of the same, well, prefabs. So they are all set up in the same way. It's just that particular one did not behave for some reason. And I have no idea why. Yeah, that is part of what makes video games take a long time to develop, I guess. And the thing is, this one should have been less buggy than the resolutions one, because this doesn't get populated at runtime. So I don't understand why it's being such a pain in the ass. But now I've duplicated the drop down for the resolution and just filled it in with the stuff for the full screen mode drop down, so hopefully that's gonna work. Oh, kind of contains both. Oh, right. I know why that does. Because this one has this extra component here that we need to remove. There we go. It seemed to at least have the right size now. Hopefully I can still make the changes to the actual visual representation of everything that I want it to do. But if that keeps messing it up, then I'll just have to set it aside for now. And it's back to not working. Okay. What the actual flying fuck? Now it's back to that 91.05 for some reason. I don't understand. Alrighty. Exactly, no I don't. But right now it's back to doing this odd scaling again. It's supposed to be 130, but it's not, and I don't know why. And the only thing I did was remove that flow machine component. Before that, it was retaining, like, it was setting it to the correct size. So... why? Why are you being such a bitch? This is the flow machine here that adds the different resolutions. Well, that would probably have just been as much of a headache, but this is unexplainable to me right now. There's literally no reason for it to do this. And you know, there's no like errors either. And the thing is, as long as like right now, you know, I have just the only thing I did now was I undid the removal of that flow machine. This one. Which all it does is it adds the resolutions to this list, which is why it's so fucking long now. You know? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Wanted to prove to me that YouTube can be as problematic as a toggle button. Well, it seems like I might have figured something out. Because it seems like the height size is dependent on the contents of the of the thing. But it, yeah, so right now I've got 4 options in here. Yeah, the 4 options that are supposed to be there. If I add another option, it scales correctly. Well, kinda. It's not quite accurate for some reason as well. So now there's like another option down here for window mode. But that means there's some weird shenanigans going on with the way that I set the template up. What could it be? That means that this doesn't matter. So this is the template menu where I've removed the scroll bar, so it doesn't seem like that is like matters whatsoever. So these are the items inside of this box. And they're in they have a vertical layer group and they are considered a layout element, but the layout element doesn't control anything. But then how does it know what the size should be? So the content parent has a control child size, width, and height. So it controls the size of the items, but then the items themselves in the layout element don't have any settings. I see. Some values are driven by the vertical layout group. And this is that vertical layout group. Could have something to do with this. Come on, Unity. You can do this. Not responding right now. So it says that it's probably like a problem with the vertical with this content size fitter. So if instead of saying preferred size for the vertical fit and instead say minimum. Let's see here. Minimum height. Yeah, so this does not matter whatsoever. This has a vertical group as well, which then has the item background. Okay, so that tells me that item scales according to item background. Okay. Oh, and it doesn't have a preferred height. But setting the preferred height does nothing. Okay. And then here we have a label and check mark. And if we change the scale of the label, nothing happens right now. Oh, right, because I changed this to something else. I hope that is why. Yeah, so now if I change the size of this. Okay. This is tricky. See you tomorrow, so okay. You just sit here with it in the background, okay. Well, I'll be on tomorrow as well. Maybe if I set like a minimum height of 32, maybe it's gonna behave. Because my suspicion is that it's because of the content size fitter thing going in and doing some odd stuff. And then if there's not enough items in the list to go beyond the bounds of the box, then it's being set like slightly smaller because it doesn't, like the way that it reads the size of those items is kind of affected by the way the content size fitter works and how I'm making the text resize the boxes and not like doing things in a different way. Yeah. So that actually did the trick. The question is it on point? It is on point. What is 32? 128. Then plus 8 maybe? I think it is. Yes. That makes sense. Now it should be... Oh. Okay. Now it should fit exactly within the vertical bounds of the box. So every unit here is 32 pixels tall as a minimum size. Because I just set it as minimum 32. So we add that or multiply that by 4, so that's 128. So that's the size of all these elements. But then we also have to account for the padding in the top and the bottom, which are 4 pixels each, which is those +8. So that means if I set this box to be exactly, in this case, 136 pixels, it should fit everything pixel perfect wise. There's a little bit of weirdness going on in some cases, but I don't think you can get around that. It's just like how pixels get interpolated at different resolutions and such, is my suspicion. This is good enough though. And I should probably do something here where we say, oh snap, there, no, there, oh my, let's see here, which one of you is it? Says that some of these things have changed, but I can tell they're not. They're identical. Just have to find the right one here. Can we actually set this to 292 here and then just apply? Hold on, what was it? 312. If I apply this, and then we go to the here, change that back to what it was. And then let's check resolution up here, which has that template as well. So content, item background. So here it should say 32 minimum height now. Good, so now I've applied that change to every single instance of this prefab moving forward. That's what I wanted. Just so that I don't have to specifically copy this instance of it and then eventually I forget about this minute detail I just discovered. Not that it causes any issues in resolution and such, because there's enough items in the list to populate it to be beyond the bounds of the box, but wait, actually no, it might have had an influence on the scroll bar now that I think about it. Potentially? I don't know. At any rate, it's at least accounted for now and should be okay. Because that also means I should be able to go into the graphic settings for the for some stuff in there. Yeah, this is exactly what it should be. Because in graphic settings, we do have the kernel size here, which is currently a scroll bar. And I might as well also just change that to not be a scroll bar because there's only 4 options. But I'll keep it as a scroll bar for now, just for so I don't have to like get fucking mad at that again. And I kind of want to do something else than this one option, because that took way too long to do. I'm just happy that I'll at least think I understand now why it does, or did the resolution, or not resolution, but the size situation. Because there's lots of other settings that we need to implement on the video settings. I wonder. Quality settings, VSync. Okay. So what's under quality settings? Oh, there's anisotropic filtering mode we can set here. There's anti-aliasing mode. Can enable and disable it. Okay. So what does anti-aliasing? So that sets the level of anti-aliasing. Okay. I like how it's just like an integer input. Get quality, get render pipeline, increase level. No detail bias. I have no idea what that is. I don't have any LOD implemented, so that's kind of pointless right now. Pixel light count. That's like a quality setting, alright, that can have a huge impact on your game's performance at least. I don't know if there's any games that have something like that, but as a setting, but could be fun to implement, I guess. Resolution scaling. This fact is used to multiply the target fixed DPI specified to get the actual fixed DPI to use for this quality setting. Okay. So you're gonna have hard and soft shadows, or only hard shadows, or all, or disabled. I mean, sounds about right from what I remember. VSync count. I have no idea what that is. This is shadow draw distance. That might be useful. Yeah, so you can set the quality level here, but that is... Max queued frames. I wonder if that's like a FPS cap. Let's actually just add this for now, because the idea is for me to just look what is in there based on these names, at least, to give me like an idea of what we can do with this, and then I'll look up the Unity documentation on it later. Soft vegetation. It's for the terrain engine. Okay, so let's see. Unity. quality settings. Let's just try that. Yeah, so this is like so if you've ever played a Unity based game, and when you start out and you see those, you get that default Unity pre-startup configuration menu that allows you to set the resolution and all that stuff, and you see the quality settings going from like simple and all the way down to ultra and stuff. So this is what that is for. This is what the things, like everything that you can set in here. And there's like a default setting that you can, like there's a default for these quality settings in Unity for every new project basically. So that means if you see those let me see if I can find it here. There's that fastest, fast, simple, good, beautiful, fantastic, or whatever. So you can add your own in here and change the names to it. So if I go to fastest and like cycle through these, you can see how it changes some certain settings and such, right? But that means if I implement an in-game option to set these quality levels specifically, then it means that it sets a lot of stuff all at once, and you're bound to whatever I deem, a fast setting. Which essentially means that if you want to play with full resolution texture quality, for instance, but no shadows, they have to make like an option that exists for that specifically. And in this case, if you do so, that also limits some of the other aspects, like you can't have pixel lights on fast, which basically means in this case, there's no way to get like, better lighting, but no shadows, if that makes any sense. Unless I make like another option for it, right? And I don't, and having to, and it's like impossible to account for all desires, right? Also, VSync is part of this, so And of course, it doesn't change, like allow you to set all the settings that a game might have just through those settings anyway, so you'll probably have to implement your own settings menu anyway. That's interesting. There doesn't seem to be any texture settings. Really now? Texture quality. Unless it's this. Or no. Should expensive changes be applied? Anti-aliasing, etc. Quality settings stopped. Anti-aliasing. Max queued, frame, shadow. Master texture limit. That. Okay, so this is like the texture res. I think that's the setting. It's just like call something completely different here. The thing about this is though that this is like full res, half res, quarter res, and eighth res. And this, okay, so this is like the same setting. Okay. Quarter size. So it goes from 0 to 3. Runtime, if you set master texture limit to a map value that has been stripped, Unity sets the value to the closest map value that has not been stripped. Ooh. I have no idea what that means, but only works on regular 2D textures. It does not adjust other texture types such as cube maps or array textures. Master texture limit quality setting also has no effect on non-mapped textures. Here's a couple of cases where 2D textures are not affected by the limit. Built-in editor resources such as UI icons, of course. Textures created at runtime which are not readable, for example, after calling apply with make no longer readable set to true. I think you're supposed to see persistent, it says persistent. Non-persistent textures. When edited only dot is persistent returns false. Render targets and terrain masks. Okay. So basically any conventional texture should be affected by this, assuming they have maps. Public static bool. Enable MIP stripping for all platforms. When enabled, strips unused MIP maps at build time. When user builds your game application, you can strip unused MIP maps from textures in your project. Stripping unused MIP maps can make the resulting executable smaller. So a smaller game, but see, this is the part of why Arc is such a massive game gig wise. It's because of MIP maps, and it is kind of what I assume, because for every single instance of the different resolutions of textures that you could load, it needs a copy of those. So that essentially means, imagine you have a dinosaur, right? And that dinosaur has an 8K resolution texture as its largest size, but then half of that is a 4K resolution, and half of that is like a 2K resolution, and then, you know, all the way down to however low you can go. And for each of those steps in between, you need like a scaled down version of the original texture to do this, because computing this in runtime is also really expensive. Like, you don't want to be scaling down textures in runtime. You would just rather have them stored somewhere and then tell the game to pull those out of storage when it needs to. And in some games, they even do it so that when something loads in for the first time, it loads in at like a lower resolution first, so it loads faster and doesn't bog down your game, and then slowly in the background it replaces that texture with a higher and higher resolution one until it's finally loaded the largest one. Because you gotta imagine that a 1K resolution loads 4 times as fast as a 2K resolution, which means that a 4K resolution loads 4 times slower than a 2K resolution. And then think about an 8K. So comparing just a 1K to an 8K, you're talking about multiple magnitudes longer load times. And that is probably why ARG is such a big game. Because it probably has, for every single creature, for every single structure, every single asset in the game, it needs to have like maybe, I don't know, 6+ different versions of the same texture at different resolutions, so it can do that quality settings, but also the loading in of textures. And MIP maps are also used when you're really far away from something, because you only maybe have like, I don't know, It'll say, like in this case again, a dinosaur is like really far away, and on your screen it maybe takes up like a 20 by 20 pixel area on your monitor. Well, you only have 20 by 20 pixels to render this dino, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's unnecessary to have an 8K resolution texture because you can't render all of that information anyway, and that's where mipmaps come into play. Then you replace the textures with something of lower resolution, and then not only does it, you know, save system resources, but it's also more performance friendly for your computer to actually render it at that distance. So, hope you learned something. So if we set this limit here, that would probably be good. And then the question is, this would be graphics settings. Anti-aliasing is video, same with anisotropic settings, I guess. Pixel light count would probably be graphics as well, same as shadows. VSync goes up there, shadow distance. Quality level, yeah, we don't use that one. So max queued frames. There's another one I wanted to check. Max queued frames. Graphics drivers can queue up frames to be rendered when CPU has much less work to do than the graphics card. Is it possible? It is possible for the queue to become quite large. In those cases, users' input will lag behind what is on the screen. Use quality settings.max queued frames to limit maximum number of frames that are queued. On PC, the default value is 2, which strikes the best balance between frame latency and frame rate. Okay. So it's not an FPS cap. Got it. So you can reduce input latency by using a smaller max queued frames because the CPU will be waiting until the graphics card finishes rendering previous frames. The downside of this, however, is that it can result in a lower frame rate. Okay. Set max FPS though, is what I want to know. You disable VSync and set the target frame rate like this. Okay, quality settings.vsync count 0. Application.target frame rate. Okay, so that's why we didn't find it on the quality settings then. See if it exists. Application.target frame rate. Cool. And was it the VSync count? It is the VSync count. Okay, well, we have some settings here then that we can start implementing, I think. Let's actually move you guys to the left. Bump, bump, bump. So let's look up anisotropic filtering just so we know what it actually does. It's one of those things where it's like a filtering method, but I can't remember. Oh, that's helpful. See also quality settings.anisotropic filtering. Okay, so Unity doesn't explain what anisotropic filtering even is. Let's see. Is one of the more arcane terms you'll encounter in a game's settings menu. However, its impact isn't hard to see. It reduces blurriness and visual artifacts in the distance. Kind of what I understood as well, yes. So basically think long distance terrain like in games such as Skyrim or Oblivion or any Elder Scrolls game really. Compared to many other graphic settings, its impact on your FPS can be minor. Okay. Modifies the appearance of the texture to account for viewing angles. Generally makes the game look sharper with a relatively low performance cost. Sound abstract, but the on-screen impact can be dramatic. Let's see, the case in point. Distant points on the surface of a cobblestone road, for example, can look blurry in-game without texture filtering. That's because game engines use lower quality substitutes for textures that take up small amounts of on-screen space, like cobblestones sitting a long way down the road. These rendering techniques cause artifacts and distortions of perspective that can be fixed with anisotropic filtering. When it's turned on, the textures are modified to match the player's viewing angle, creating a more defined vanishing point and crisper appearance for objects farther from the camera. Okay, unlike other older filtering techniques which treat textures as if they are perpendicular to the camera, anisotropic filtering modifies the textures to account for perspective. This says this image demonstrates the visual improvement. This is trilinear and anisotropic. Yeah, so you can definitely see how it's like super blurry, these straight lines. Okay. Yeah, what settings should you use? So it isn't as simple as turning it on or off. And settings menus typically let you decide whether to set the value of 2x, 4, 8, or 16. Yeah, they changed the sample rate. Okay, kind of expected that. Set to 4x, and anisotropic filtering collects 4 samples per texel to decide the texture's appearance. A texel or texture element is the smallest unit within a texture map. Okay. So a pixel, but in a different context, I guess. So a value of 16x makes 16 samples, provides the greatest benefit to textures viewed at the steepest angles. And in Unity, we can just enable or disable it, but not set an amount. Anisotropic. Let's see here. Okay, well that's interesting. Let's see. We go into project view here. And we click on U. Here we have filter mode for the textures, which is bilinear and trilinear, but that's something completely different. Okay. Then we have format, resize algorithm, and compression, of course. And this is for the texture. So here we have that from 0 to 16 value that we just read about. But this is on texture.aniso level specifically, which is kind of what I picked up on. Oh, here's the aniso level. You have to set this to... Yeah. There's no... Okay. Oh, it's because I'm not generating maps. So only if you generate maps does the aniso level actually matter. And it's per texture. Okay. So right now, anisotropic filtering does filch for the game because none of them are probably using like generating maps. There's only one like resolution for every texture in the game that gets generated, so there's no way to lower the... Wait, does that mean I can't? I guess we'll figure that out real quick once I implement the settings menu. Revert. But it might indicate that setting the master texture limit, I don't know if that... No, wait, that's separate from anisotropic filtering. Okay, well, these were the video settings at least. But we only have vsync count. Okay. Let's start with vsync. So otherwise it must be 1, 2, 3, or 4. So if it's 0, it's basically vsync is disabled. Specifies the number of screen refreshes your game allows to pass between frames. Depending on your target platform, use either vsync count or application.target frame rate to set your application frame rate. Okay. Does it mean, but what do the numbers mean? I guess it's like just what it says then. So 0 is no vertical syncs passes. And 1 is 1 vertical sync pass, whatever the fuck that means. The mobile platforms ignore quality settings that vsync count. On mobile devices, when a frame is ready, it displays the next time the screen refreshes. You can use application.target frame rate to control the frame rate on mobile platforms. VR platforms ignore quality settings that vsyncs count. Instead, the virtual reality SDK controls the frame rate. Okay. Fair enough. So I guess then this would just be a value between 0 and 1. Oh, this is going to be a pain to set up. Because if you use target frame rate, you're like, Yeah, because they're like affecting, dependent on each other. So the settings for it would also have to somehow be dependent on it. The default value of application.target frame rate is -1, which is, you know, unlimited, as much as your GPU can do, basically. Oh, okay, in this case, though, Unity uses the platform's default target frame rate. Otherwise, target frame rate is a positive integer representing frames per second. So that means a toggle that says unlimited FPS would have to set that value to -1. And then a slider that sets target FPS has to go from 1 to whatever, I suppose. Which could be an input field that allows you to set it anything from 1 to higher. And set it, I could set it to like 9999 and it would be way overkill, you know? Should be enough. Both application to target frame rate and quality settings at VSync count let you control your game's frame rate for smoother performance. On all other platforms, Unity ignores the value of target frame rate if you set VSync count. When you use VSync count, Unity calculates the target frame rate by dividing the platform's default target frame rate by the value of VSync count. For example, if the platform's default render rate is 60 FPS and VSync count is 2, Unity tries to render the game at 30 FPS. Okay. Okay, so it's a division, so that means if it's set to free, then it tries to render it at 20 FPS. Yeah. How would I go about implementing this? So we need these two here. These would be the next thing that we want to touch upon. But they're like interdependent on each other. Well, let's go into depth of field and see if we have a good case that we can use. Not really like anything special about it, I guess. Well, let's start by defining those two variables that we're inadvertently gonna need. So vsync and target FPS, let's call them that. Vsync count, and we need a get as well. And target frame rate get. Target frame rate get. So let's start with vsync. And then we also need the one for the target frame rate. So of course when you start up the game there's like some kind of default that it just saves it down to, which is nothing special. It should be working quite simply just as this. As long as we remember to set these variables correctly. Let's just set them up so that we have something as a baseline. Cool. And again, remember to get that string in there. Now, this is all well and good, but I also might not be able to just do it exactly like this. We'll see. Because vsync would probably just be a toggle to enable or disable that. And the other one would be an input field with a slider. Vsync, and the other one is, does it say target FPS? Target FPS. Target FPS slider. And vsync toggle. Also, we can just call this FPS limit or max FPS or something like that. Hmm. How does one go about doing this? Because if we set a max FPS, that then like that is anything but well, technically speaking, I don't really need to set it up so that the UI elements they up like the UI changes. We can just have it so that if VSync is enabled, then setting max FPS does nothing. I haven't implemented any tooltips for these settings yet, but the plan was actually to do something with that so that when you hover over the max FPS thing, for instance, it could come up with an explanation of what it does and then a note saying like, oh, if VSync is enabled, this does nothing or something, just to clarify. Right now we're just implementing the functionality though, and then I assume that it's up to the player currently to figure out how it works. And I mean, if you play it through Steam or anything that uses an FPS tracker or whatever, you would be able to see the changes, so shouldn't be so hard to figure out. The main point is just that the options are there, I guess, rather than not having them at all. And the reason why I'm just thinking this through a little bit is because when we enable VSync in here in video settings, we actually should both set the VSync count but also the target FPS here, and vice versa. Or actually not here, because this is on initialization step. But rather when we change them, which is down here. Because VSync count is based on whatever the button is inputted at, but then if one is changed over the other, then it has to revert back to some kind of default setting. The only issue with that is that if you change the max FPS and it changes the functionality of VSync, like whatever it's set to, then it messes up the toggle functionality. And I can't quite refer back to this particular one, this particular toggle, to revert its state. And even if I did, would that cause an issue? Yes, it would, because then the state of the toggle would be inverted all of a sudden, and it would mess up. And I can't just toggle the button because then it triggers itself. Because then it detects like a value changed event. Oh my god, that value changed event is so annoying. There has to be like a better way of doing that. And same with the VSync count. No, sorry, the target FPS. Because this setting does nothing. I don't even have to set this actually. Because if VSync is set to anything but 0, then it doesn't matter what target frame rate is. It could be like anything. It just like inherently overrides it, so I don't actually even have to change that to like anything specific here. But when I set the target frame rate, we have to at least set VSync count to 0 for the functionality. And then when it's set to 0, then this toggle should effectively be turned off. What's a good way of doing that? So this is our toggle button, and I already have a reset to defaults feature in here, which is a custom event that gets called by another object. Welcome back, Power Dude. And coming back to me being frustrated. I hope you're not as frustrated as me today. Unity's been giving me trouble. Aw. Yeah. I could do this where I just do like a custom event. But then I would need a reference back to that button from Settings Manager, which is something I originally tried to avoid, but I can't figure out a better way to do that right now. Unless in Settings Manager I do like an initialization step in here where we store something to like a object variable. Maybe that could work. What would that be? So that would be target FP, no, VSync toggle UI. And then I need to do a game object that fine, I guess, could work. It's just like how everything's hooked up, really. And then go by name. So it's because I'm trying to implement VSync and max FPS, and there are two different settings that are interdependent by each other. But there's currently no way for one UI element to react, like set another UI element without a lot of stupid code that doesn't need to be there. So I need some way basically so that if I change max FPS, it untoggles the VSync UI element and sets the state of the toggle correctly without triggering an event that happens when that toggle, when its state changes. Because that is technically how it works right now. So it's like a bit silly how that is. So there's like an event type which is on toggle value changed. So whenever that toggle's state changes to whether it's on or off, this event fires. And it doesn't matter if the state of the toggle gets set externally or whatever, like if you press it in game. And that's a bit of a problem because that means if you set the state of this toggle through a script to be off, like say, oh, max FPS has changed, now set this to be off, then it fires this event, which automatically goes in and then triggers like the state of itself to change visually because that's how it's set up. So if I change this, then it first disables it and then itself will re-enable it. So you can imagine that causes a couple of issues. And there's no like event from what I know where it just checks if the UI element was pressed. Well, there is, rather. There is actually one event in GUI here. There is an on-pointer click event which only registers if you press it with your mouse. But that becomes an issue once in the future I want to implement controller support, because that's not considered a pointer. And as a result, this is not a long-term solution either. Can't even edit the config file externally. Not sure what you mean. The config file for the game settings? Or what do you mean? And the issue is just due to how the event system is set up. If there was an event to just detect, oh, this UI element was clicked or interacted with, rather, like a super generic one, then I could just use that. And then it doesn't matter how this UI element is interacted with, if it's through a mouse click or through like some other input method, like a press on a gamepad. No, that's not the issue. I'm doing that right now, actually. The issue is that if I change one, it has to change the other, and I have no framework to do that easily. Unity doesn't supply anything from what I can tell. At least not with how I've hooked up everything. So I have to make my own. And right now that might come in the form of calling a custom event back to that game object, but then I need to first find the game object, which has that particular need in this case. Which should work, I hope. What we do is events, trigger custom event on this game object that we find here. New value is missing. Oh wait, I forgot that step here. This step. I don't know. There. And the name of this UI object is vsync toggle. So that is the UI element that we want to call an event towards. And how do we do that? Because right in here, I already have a reset to defaults custom event, which then does stuff. Right. And this one actually just needs to... Oh wait, maybe I don't need to do this. Oh. Yeah, so this is the logic where it basically detects or checks like what state it is on. And if it's on, then it continues on and sets stuff. If it's triggered, changed to off, and then it disables them. Okay, maybe that isn't such a big deal. Trying to make a separate checkbox not tied to the game's VSync built-in. So there's two settings you can set. You can set VSync and you can set like a target FPS. And if VSync is anything but 0, setting your target FPS does nothing to the game, because then obviously it uses your monitor's refresh rate as your target FPS. So that means if I want to make it a bit more user-friendly, then if you set a target FPS yourself, I would want it to untoggle the VSync, because that's necessary for max FPS to have any effect. And toggling the VSync just switches it between 0 and 1. Where 0 is disabled and then 1 is basically enabled. So and I also need like a way to set max FPS to -1, because -1 is infinite, like unlimited, like uncapped FPS basically. But how is it in games like Minecraft? You drag it all the way to the right, I think, and then it becomes unlimited, right? And then it can't go lower than 1, I presume. I can't even remember. Because obviously if you set 0 target FPS, then yeah. That would be a little bit weird, wouldn't it? Check the value of the FP slider before setting the VSync value. I'll probably just try and see if I can get this to work and then see what happens. It might also be that I'm overthinking it right now. Yeah, so this is the place where I set the VSync count to 0 if target frame rate is changed. So if I change the target frame rate, it changes VSync to 0. But there's nothing here that updates the UI associated with VSync. That is the issue. So that would be where I want to do this event thing. Yes. Yeah, I think it's easy if I just try it out and see if I can get this working. And then that is the game object we want to toggle that to. Let's move you down here. So here we need to call this custom event of ours to that game object. It's because I wanted to avoid having references back to the UI options in my settings manager. This is the first case where I actually need to have that apparently. And then once we do that, go down there. So if I make a event called refresh UI simply, and then within the VSync toggle here, we do a, oh, I already had one here. Whoops. Do a refresh UI and just funnel that in. It might just work. Because this gets the state of the, oh wait. This would have to set the toggle state to be off as well. Explicitly. Hmm. And these event names have to be fairly like sensible, otherwise, and generic as well, so that I don't like, so I can use the same method for the other UI features if I need to, which I actually don't think I need to. So this should trigger that event on that game object specifically in this case. And then it sets it to off, its state to off. And actually that is, ironically, I don't even need to do that. I actually just need to do this. Because then it detects the value changed and then it runs through this anyway. And that should be, like, when it detects the change, then it updates the UI based on the what it was set to, like what state the button is in. It's just you have to remember to set all the things correctly, otherwise suddenly your UI, your toggle, is inverted to what it's actually set to, if that makes any sense. Hmm. Okay. Target cannot be null. Wait, what? What do you mean target is null? Oh shit. Oh fuck, that's true. I forgot. I don't think I can do it this way. And the reason why is because it does all of this on this game object being enabled. And if vsync toggle, the UI element here, is not enabled, it is unable to find it. Oh, that is so annoying. Hmm. And that's only because I'm assigning it at runtime, or at least trying to. Hmm. And then this gets set as null because, yeah. Here it is. So... enable doesn't mean the checkmark state? No. Unenabled is this thing up here, so enabled is when the entire game object is enabled. A game object has to be enabled in order for code to execute on a game object. That means if you have a game object that has an update function, it doesn't run unless that game object is enabled. So that also means that if the game object never gets enabled, all the things that are run on enable don't run. So similarly, actually, things that are running on start don't either, but there's a difference between enabled and start in that enabled is before start. That's just how it works. For the toggle button though, its state is completely, like, it's something completely else. But now I have to decide with myself whether or not I want to add that as a variable. I might have to. I was hoping to just do a game object .find and then setting it as a local variable through bolt, but I don't think I can get around adding it as a variable to the script, unfortunately. I mean, this is the easiest solution, but not the prettiest. Why don't have it enabled from the state? State of what exactly? Oh, start? What, the toggle? Well, the reason why this one is on enable is because you wanted to do that before you do other things sometimes. Yeah, fair enough. And that's like finding the game object and then setting it is an initialization step before it's being put into use. So onEnable makes sure that everything that needs to be set before the user can interact with the game has been done so, essentially. Since again, it's before start, so it's basically that in-between step where Unity initializes everything before the user can actually interact with it. Video settings here. Guess there's no way around it. This is a little bit annoying, but what do we call you? I guess we can just call you vsync toggle UI. As long as it doesn't get as bad as with my idle clicker script, because that one is really bad. That is like what I want to avoid. But I can definitely feel it's making things a lot harder on myself. Because I have to think in different ways than I'm used to. But I think it's good practice because it makes it more likely for me to get better at programming the game. And also less prone to make future mistakes, rather. You'd have more control if it was a text file instead of boxes with wires. But you would be like really prone, you're really prone to making a lot of errors when it's a text file. And there are just certain things that are much, much easier to do with visual programming. Like it's virtually, impossible to make super great, like basic mistakes in this. For instance, you don't have to worry about putting brackets in the right places. You don't have to worry about spelling function names correctly or variable types correctly. There's like so many things you can't accidentally make mistakes with here. So, and that's why I use visual programming and prefer visual programming over conventional code. And in this case, like, it wouldn't make it easier for me to write it conventional code as visual programming, because it is like you're bound to the same Unity functions and events anyway. You still only have like on UI toggle as an event and would need to like think in abstract, out of the box ways. But it means we can get rid of this. And instead of doing that variable, we need to do settings manager vsync toggle get. Like, it's literally the same. The only difference here is that I can assign that variable, the reference to that game object rather, in the inspector. So can you combine it? Yeah, you can. I can like and I actually in some cases do. You can execute code in C# just directly if you really want to. And in fact, if you make functions in C#, you can actually also insert them here in Bolt as functions, and then handle the flow and code execution for Bolt exclusively, and then just have the functions in your script. That is totally a thing you can do. I just don't have many examples of that, so. But you can, if there's like a script that has a function, you can do the function call. So here, for instance, is some Wise AK stuff, and they have all these functions and variables and stuff. I don't know if there's any functions in here actually. Doesn't seem necessarily like it. No, wait, this is one, for instance. This is a function. Okay, let's see if this works. So technically you can use it as a sort of state machine kind of like ordeal. That's another thing that's really good with Bolt, is that code execution becomes much more clearer, like the order in which code is executed. So if you have code that is relying on certain things to happen in a specific order, you can very easily visualize that with Bolt, right? So okay. Well, yeah, I mean, they're also small on my screen, but it's like I know what I need to look for. So why are they both being triggered at the same time? Oh. Says man initialized false. Oh. Nan. Okay, I think it's because it's loading something and it's not anything. Let me just get that out of the way. So that's why this is probably not working as intended. Don't know. Rarely do you have to like convert floats to int specifically, but maybe this might be one of those cases where you have to. Yes, it's definitely being stored as... There we go. Definitely being stored as a -1 there. Hmm. Refresh toggle UI off. Why are you not being called? It's really strange. It's like it doesn't... Oh, that's why. Figured. Why didn't I check that sooner? So what did we call these? Settings. So it's target FPS and VSync simply. Okay. This needs to be set to target FPS. And this needs to be set to VSync. I'm surprised it did the get thing for the string, but not actually like why does it do that? Oh, I guess it's because it's because it does the no. Could be because it does the it's because it does the null check here. Okay. And then it sees it's probably null, and then it's like okay, let's try this again. Oh, that's probably also why it was nan, because the first time around it didn't get... Oh wait, now it might break because of that actually. Yeah. Hold on. Delete that. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, right. Okay. That's also still nan. Okay, well, one thing at a time. First, there's this. And I can't just simply pass a bool in and then make it pass as like freaking int or whatever this is. So if the bool is true, then the toggle is on, which means VSync enabled. If it's false, it needs to be 0. And to make that work, we need a control switch on. Nope. Not on that. Switch on, select on flow here. So then we feed you in here. And then it's either the A value or the B value. that we also set as that variable. Yes. Or hold on a second. Yeah, because that is the state that it's set to. Yeah, okay. Why you nan? Target frame rate -1. Target frame rate of that is set to none. Oh, it could be because no. Yeah, it says NAN in here. Might be because it's set to a non-valid variable. Well, it's because the state of the toggle button is either true or false, so it's like on or off. But vsync itself can be set from anything between, was it 0 to 3 or 4, I think. So you have to interpret that bool into like an integer because of how vsync works in the Unity engine. And the value represents, what was it again? It was like how many passes it makes for the vsync. So if it's set to 1, it's 1 pass, which is like vsync is enabled. And 0 is vsync off. But then 2 is like multiple passes. It's 2 passes then, or something like that. So if you just want to have it enabled or disabled, then yeah, exactly. It's not simply an on or off thing. And the way it works is that I just pass the state of whether it's on or off for the for the button, and that's a bool, so. Oh, it does not like that. Oh goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. I did not think this through. I might have made an infinite loop by accident. Also, this is red still. Why are you red? Invalid conversion exception. Failed to convert from system single to system int 32v numeric explicit. What's it called again? It's like float twin or something. To string. And this is parsing it as a string. Is it then only string as int then? Or to int or something? Seal to int. This is like one of those cases where I can never remember. I'll just try and delete the options and then see if it's something just like a fluke. Since I am saving the config settings that you set, obviously if I save something and then it's not saving the correct value because the value it gets is broken, then I also have to remember to delete the saved stuff when it tries to load it. Okay, so it says NAN here. So let me just make sure. I mean, it can go to -1. So for some reason it doesn't like the -1 variable, I guess. Might be a technical difficulty, a technical specific thing that I have like no idea about. Can't remember if you can just open these. You can, but they're like I think they're encrypted files. Because floats can be negative, so not exactly sure what's going on. Because this saves -1 as a target frame rate, because that's the default setting down into a file. And then when you open the option menu, it does like an initialization step where it sets all the UI based off of a default value. So it like gets to here and then it pulls the value out from target FPS and then it says this is nan. So unless it's because of the negative in front and the save system only like saves positive floats. Because that's like a framework that I'm using for saving and loading. Just trying to think for a second. No, it shouldn't do that. Because the way it works is actually that you specify here. Let's see. No, that doesn't even. This is the wrong place. Here. So I check if I'm done initializing. And then we check if we have a save setting. If we do that, we try and load it as a float. Specifically as a float. And this is where it's like loads that float as nan. And then it sets the slider value to nan, which is why it also appears as nan down there. Yeah, not a number exactly. So my suspicion is then that it has something to do when it saves the number, because it doesn't save it as like this -1 becomes a non-number then. That could be a thing. It could be a thing where this needs to be loaded as a string and then converted to a float. I can try that. Because now it's got a saved config file for target frame rate. It's saved as whatever the framework detects it as saved as, which is the weird part. So you pass a value through, which in this case should be a float. But yeah, even when it loads, and it obviously fucks everything up. Even when it loads, yeah, breaks everything. Maybe I need to pause this float. But that's the weird thing though. Well, that's true. This is an integer. What if we just set this to int then? Does it know what to do with it this case? Because now it's like, just like if it saves the variable as -1, fine, but it just fails loading it, then it can be to what? Oh yeah. Okay, so that is probably it. So now it's -1. Obviously it's still nan in here because that's down in this case. Or not in here, but rather on the UI. Okay. So that just means I need to parse the ints as a string. How do I do that? What's the function? Unity parse int as, not a string, float, sorry. Converting float to integer, converting int to float. Thanks. Float. Int equals float. What? That's like not C#, is it? Okay, fucking hell. Let's see, what do we have in here? This is parsing it as a string and saying it to string. Everything else works fine. It's just, but they're also like already as floats, so it's the first time I guess I have an integer that needs to be passed as a float point number. And the reason why I do it as a float is because the sliders can be visualized as whole numbers or as decimal numbers. So by generalizing it to always just be a float, it means that there's less of a headache. Convert int to float. I just don't remember how to do it in conventional code. Cast your return values to an int to assign them to resource. And resources is it literally just what I think I'd have to do? Because this would be fucking stupid. Variables. Flow. Set flow variables. Target frame rate float. Oh wait, this is not. No, that would just set this to an integer. Yeah, but apparently not when saving it. So it's like I need to create a float and then set that float as the its value according to an integer, and then save the value of that float in instead of the integer directly. And I think it's because the framework for this saving and loading system interprets whatever you feed it as whatever, well, you feed it. And then when loading, it has to be set to the correct type when you load it, and you can't load it as a float because it doesn't know how to do the conversion, I guess. Probably due to encrypting or something. It's being saved as int and it's trying to load it as a float, and then it doesn't know how to read the data, I suppose. The question is if there's like a good way, like what's the good way to do it in Bolt? This might be really, really stupid, but if it works, I don't really care. Just wanted to look semi-decent so I know what the fuck is going on. And I might have to explicitly go through these. So, first I set a variable as a float of value 0, and then I override the value of that using the target frame rate to -1, and hopefully it stays as a float then. And then I save this value. Nah. It's not as bad as it could be. This is actually quite mild, honestly. And I should probably not just press play. I need to delete the saved settings. There we go. It's like I could get rid of this string here, but it just means that if I ever, like, you know, it makes sure that the names are always the same. Yes, well, it still says Nan. Max FPS is still NAN. So that probably means that if I press play now, it's still, like, unable to read this. Can you not say float? Can you not? You can have negative floats, like, fuck. Always make it worse just to make it look more impressive, I suppose. Yeah, it's still Nan. Okay. Mm. Hey, here's a stupid idea. Hey, delete that. Hello? Windows. I want to delete my option settings. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I'm just doubting myself, like, what is real? Is this real? Okay, so now I'm explicitly parsing a -1 float into this value as being saved. So if it's still nan, then I don't know. That saves it down into the settings. I could probably just have gone to the settings menu. Would have shown me the same, I guess. Okie dokie. Well, there is one thing that could cause that, I suppose. And that's if these two are in fact two separate variables. Flow variables work very weirdly. I can try and change it to a graph variable and then see. Alrighty. Still sets it to nan. That is kind of annoying. Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, but how do I do that in Bolt? Hmm. If I type in cast here, I just get like physics raycast and stuff. Let's just try a shot in the dark. Unity bolt how to cast variable. 5 minutes, okay.
This tip took me forever to figure out, so if you're in my position and you have some assets in your project that you've imported either from the asset store or from another third party like a GitHub or something like that, this video might be for you. This is just from the Unity standard assets, and it does have a few files that come with it. So what I want to do, if we select the car that I'm trying to get to work properly, so more on that later. So there are some variables by default that are there, but if I go to the flow graph, if I do a get steer helper, nothing comes up. But I can get the speed of the car, right? So I can get the car speed and I can get the car max speed. So I figured out how to expose those variables either to Bolt or to another script. So if we go in the project window and find our car, here it is down here in the scripts folder. We know we want to use the car controller script. I think I can find it.
I don't think this is necessarily what I want to do.
Four-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, on a file so far. And so instead of having to do all of that again or copy it and paste it into a new script, we can just make these variables, move them from private to public. So now it's selected transmit other ones that are now. Now it's continue.
Basically, literally like giving you a tip on how to get
update unit options.
To get a set
so now,
and set.
All we have to do is type in full torque. And we can see we can both get and set.
That's literally all he's talking about here. That's not
what I need. I can access all of these variables.
How the heck do you do it in here then? The stupid thing would be to parse it to a string and then interpolate that as a like an int to string and then a string to float. But that sounds like such a dumb way of doing this. There has to be like a better way. Of course, you could also perform like a math operation on it, I suppose, to convert it. That also seems a bit excessive. Can't be true that there's no like easy way of doing this. But that's the problem with Bolt, like trying to find any kind of documentation on this is sometimes impossible. Yeah, I cannot implicitly convert string to int. A cast expression. Hmm. So it's like, hmm. So we have the target frame rate, for instance, in this case. Oh shit, where'd it go? Which would be like up here, for instance. So it would be like int target frame rate, for instance, equals whatever we get in this case. And then we would set our float variable called target frame rate float equals to that variable, but in a specific way. Hmm. And I can't quite think up any other way to do this. Like trying to mimic the behavior of how to cast stuff. Hmm. Because it does seem like it's almost as if it doesn't retain the variable type here. So even though I declare this as a float here, as soon as I declare it to be equal to this down here, which is an integer, it like also changes the type of the variable, unfortunately, instead of like converting it to float, like that variable to a float. Oh, that is so annoying. Thanks. I'll try. I'm definitely trying. I know of ways to get it to work, but it would be nice to figure out how to make it work like sort of like through casting somehow, if it's even possible in Bolt. But it could be that it's like I need to include some kind of assembly in order to be able to cast variables, even as simple as it is. Well, the thing is, it's not Unity's documentation I have to find. I have to find Bolt's documentation, which doesn't exist, basically. It's unfortunately poorly documented. So I'm a little bit on my own. But it's like if it requires like a Microsoft specific assembly, for instance, and I have to add it in here in order to do casting, then if it doesn't exist in here, I don't get the unit options to actually do the casting operation whatsoever. That is how Bolt works. So for instance, if there's something in system that I need, then if I don't add the assembly to that, then it's going to be inaccessible. And I can't remember what it was, but system, for instance, includes things like file paths and such, I believe. So if you don't include the system assembly, then you can't just get the file path even. Yeah, talk to your leaders. Wouldn't assume. It's like a cast thing. That'd be like a stretch, wouldn't it? I'm very tempted to just convert it to a float and then saving it as, and then turning it back, turning it into a string and then back into a float. It's stupid and it's gonna work, and it doesn't really matter. But like, shite. There, because it's the parse. That's a string, right? No, it's the opposite way around. ToString, is that what it's called? Int ToString. And then string parse. Float parse. This is so stupid. We take an int string and then we pause it as a float. Oh my god. But that means I won't have to use any of this stuff. Then we should be able to just say like, oh, feed that in their place. Assuming it works, of course, but I mean, this explicitly outputs a float. If this doesn't work, then I would be a little bit frustrated. I think frustrated just about covers it, yes. What do you know? -1, -1, -1. -1. Okay. Oops. Third part of the problem solved. I still have the Ouroboros infinite loop going on down in that FPS thing, I think. Because I think it's because I changed the slider, which then changes things on the VSync regardless of the VSync's state. And that makes the VSync button refresh, which then for some reason loops back in. But now the target frame rate is at least doing what it needs to. Now. On slider value changed. Trigger event on the settings manager, which would be target FPS. So that means in here we go target FPS over here, which says the VSync count to 0 and triggers refresh toggle UI off on the VSync toggle UI button. And then that should simply feed into here. I wonder if it's because this is a coroutine. I don't even remember why this is a coroutine. That might just be like unnecessary. Because it only needs to be a coroutine up here because of the weight units. That might actually also be like an unnecessary thing. There seems to be like some kind of feedback loop. Hmm. Well, the weird thing is it doesn't seem like it's triggering anything in here, so... Audio thread suspended audio put... Oh. Audio output. Oh, that's just because I'm pressing the pause button. Hmm. Oh. I'm an idiot. Of course, it lags like crazy. I know exactly what's going on. Oh my god. Of course it's gonna be laggy if it's because I'm setting the fucking target FPS to be 1 FPS. I'm like, why is the game so laggy? Well, you kind of made it, Dragon. You're actually telling it to be like 1 frames per second. It has nothing to do with your code execution or infinite loops, I suspect. We'll check to see like what it actually is, but okay, maybe having it be able to go all the way down to see. Oh, that's actually. Yeah, because it applies the settings as soon as you change it. Ah. Yeah, so the slider menu and the entire Unity game actually, like Unity, everything just becomes super laggy. The higher I put this, the more FPS. Okay, that's like a really weird effect. Okay, so it makes sense, but okay, now that I know what it's caused by, oh man. The interesting thing is that even though VSync should be set now to be 1, it doesn't seem like the game is... Yeah, the Unity application, or Unity at least, itself is more responsive. Huh. Screen... That is a little... Not too sure what to make of that. Which one was it? Yeah. Unity, vsync. Default value of vsync is 0. In the default case, Unity doesn't wait for vertical synchronization, vsync. Otherwise, it must be 1, 2, 3, or 4. What does it say for this? The default is -1 in the default case. Unity uses the platform's default target frame rate. Otherwise, target frame rate is a positive integer representing frames per second. Used to control the target frame rate of your game. For example, you might need to reduce the game's frame rate to make sure your game displays smoothly and consistently. Just sucks that also the UI of the game is, like everything in the game is affected by the frame rate, so... If the UI weren't affected by the frame rate, then at least that way, or was in the, like, had its own target frame rate, then have separate target FPS for UI. Because this way is like, if you set the target frame rate too low, you might load up the game and be unable to like navigate back to the options menu to reset it. Granted, if that happens, you could technically delete the option settings and then it'll generate default settings when you start the game. But maybe being able to go to -1 max FPS should not be possible here. Like through the slider at least, because that kind of causes that problem, I suppose. Well, let's try something. So if we set it to 30 FPS, so basically 30 to 200 FPS, actually, like. See, this is the weird thing, because -1 is infinite frames. So it's like, if it goes towards the end, I could make like a specific function for this that if its slider is set to its max, then set it to -1. Which is not like, I wonder how that would work even. Because the issue is that it's not like, within the range that it's set to, but I think you can still set the variable and then set the UI objects accordingly, and it should still pass on correctly. Like, it doesn't clamp down the variables necessarily. I guess there's one way to figure that out. I'm not too surprised that some of this takes a little bit longer than expected, because this is very technical stuff, and oh my god, like a lot of edge case implementations need to be taken care of here. At least for the rest of the post-processing settings that I haven't implemented, they don't seem to be like any cause of trouble. So here it does say -1, but in here the value of the slider is set to 30. So does that mean that it's limited to 30 FPS and isn't actually like... But that's also really weird. But I think I have maybe an idea on how to account for this. So if I set U to -1, and then this is if VSync is enabled, basically. Because if it's 1, it's set to unlimited, but I think then that's when VSync overrides it. Then I also need to do a refresh target frame, reset the slider UI, or refresh, yeah, refresh slider UI. But that would have to be very specific to this. There wouldn't be a refresh. Override slider UI. And then I can say 1 argument, so that's like the variable it passes, which is then a float. Which in this case can just be like a literal float. So I don't have to do the conversion. And I could technically also pass it in here, but... because this is like a side step, if you will. I can clean this up a little bit better later. For now, we need to go into the slider UI and make some additions. So we need to add a event, trigger custom event with 1 argument. This is the wrong thing. Not a trigger. It's a custom event with 1 argument. There we go. Oh, goodness me. This should just be like this, I think. Because it only needs to set the slider and then it detects, oh, slider has been changed, and then it carries out the conversions as needed. Just so I don't have to do that multiple times. And then we still need like a reference to that game object, sadly. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. And unfortunately that is something I have to do for a script. God damn it. It's another one of those. Right, because I did end up doing that. Right. So we have vsync toggle there. And then that is used where again? Here, this. We just call that FPS slider. Target FPS slider. Target FPS slider UI. Even. Oop. Boom, 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 boom. Technically, this could, instead of a game object, be just a reference to the slider component on that game object. But this is just easier, and I'm lazy. Marginally easier, though. I really hope I can get this done before I end the stream today. Would be nice. So I don't have to like break my head trying to remember what I did. Okay. So now we go into settings manager. And we need a settings manager. Target FPS. And we need to do a get. Who knows where to call that event. And that should be it working. Just move you all the way out there so we can clean this up. There we go. Of course, we need to remember to actually assign it. Should work. Let's see if it does. I still can't believe I totally didn't think about the whole target FPS thing being the cause of the lag. That's gonna be like the stupidest thing. It's like, of course, you know, you just don't think about it when you sit in the situation and your FPS just suddenly tanks and you're like, oh, there's gotta be like an infinite loop, something I programmed wrong. But no, you're just being a doofus. Interesting. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's some things here that are not working as intended. Let me just see here. So this toggle here, it's currently not on. Now it's on. But yeah, there's like some toggle states here that mess up because of how these events play out. There's also the FPS slider, which doesn't display below its max value. That is a little bit annoying. It's also, in theory, actually, the slider would have to be set to its max value, which is 200, and then the number specifically would have to be changed to -1 in that case. And then that would be the number that you would use and not the one on the slider. Because the problem right now is that the variable that's getting used for the max FPS is not the value that that I want it to be set to. I need it to be set to -1. Oh man, that is... Yeah, because it's like slider set value on this toggle, which does get fired, and it turns it into, or tries to turn it to -1, but it gets clamped to 30 because that's as low as it's allowed to go. And as a result, it doesn't get to do these other steps here. Should be like a slider max value get. So if I do this, now it sets, of course, it kind of messes things up, but it sets it to 200 now, which is its max value. But then, which is what I would want. And then if I have another bit of code that says, like if I make an extension to the slider, which I could do, to account for this edge case, so that if the max volume is reached at 200 or something, then it just sets it to, like, sets this value to -1. Like internally, the slider is still going to be at 200, but it changes that value to be -1. And then if that value is at its equal to max value, then instead of using the max value in these processes behind here, it needs to use another one instead. So here, where it does this, I can have like a branch check where I can see like, oh, what's the state of this? Actually, just equal, because it can't be higher than. So if we do just max value there for the value that we pass through. So if this value is in fact equal to 200, then it needs to do something else potentially. And we actually need another branch in front of this to control this, so that I can go around it if I need to. So the idea would be that we have some kind of bool on the settings UI variables, which is called override max value, maybe. So variable decimal count, we could have it underneath the U. So under here we need a bool, and we'll need a float. Override value. Let's call it actually max override value. In case I ever need to implement a minimum. And then you need to be a bool, which we call override max value. So like, should we override max value? Yes, no. If no, then it just works as it has, so like all the other sliders have so far. But if we want to, then it should replace the value that it passes along with the max override value instead, which is like a hard set 1. So I can set that as whatever I want. So if I set it to -1 and you pull it all the way to the max value, then it'll be negative, like be and display -1 instead. And then I can do like a branch flow or like a, yeah, select on flow thing with the variables, maybe even. That's might also be something I have to do. Because it has to check, to select the variable depending on how the code is executed, basically. Come on, we can do this quickly, he says, confidently. At least my dinner today is pretty, gonna be easy, so it shouldn't end up getting too late if I go a little over time. So, and of course this is false by default, so for this one it needs to be -1 and enabled, of course. And then here we say settings UI override max value, get the bool. So should we override yes, then we need to check what the max value is. If it's high enough, then we need to so we might actually need to have 3 different ones, because the flow can come from A, or actually no, wait, it can come from either A or B, where B can come from 2 different locations, and then like this, and that is the value that we pass on, in fact. And then for the bottom variable, which is also what we need to set these guys for, because that's the text. And then for the B option, B track, it would be this variable. And for the A option, it would be the max override value. Settings UI max override. So basically, if it's false, then we just pull the variable along just like we used in the past, and everything executes just like normal. Otherwise, override max value is true. We want to do that. We do the check, see if max value is equal to, or if if the value that comes through is equal to its potential max value that it can be set at. and then it passes that on instead. Otherwise, it's going to pull again the previous. So that seems about right. There's probably still things I have to fix with the toggle, but maybe we can do that tomorrow. Right now, I just want to see if I can actually get this to work, just because it excites me. Also because it's like in my memory right now, and if I don't get this done, it'll plague me for the rest of the evening. I feel, at least. Aha! Well, that seems to work. Yes. The toggle doesn't visualize correctly, but it works. That is the main point. Because it sets the slider to 200 and then it becomes -1. I wonder if I can... There is one thing here where it says -1, but ideally it should say unlimited, right? Ideally it should say unlimited. And this is why this is such an edge case. Oh, this has to be a string. Such a fucking edge case, dude. Because if I want this, the whole idea with how I'm making this is to make the UI as flexible as possible, like as generic as possible, so that if I need these things to be different for another use case, I can just plug in different variables. And hook it up appropriately. But it's like, oh my god, this specific use case just requires like a string that I can replace it with, and then if I want it to be generic and only then like then I would make it, and I'll make it so that it only displays uses that string if it's not null, and only if max override max value is to true. Like that's one way I could be 100% certain that it only uses that string if it absolutely is supposed to. I could also just make it so that it just simply uses the string if it's not null. And then just, you just have to not accidentally set it to anything everywhere else, which is the default anyway. Yeah, maybe that's anything else would probably be way too overkill. So here we can say unlimited. Unlimited. Why is that? Okay, unlimited. And we say settings UI, override text string. We get that. Null check. Or actually, I think this has to be a branch and an equal. I don't think I can do a null check. And then we do a literal string, which is just nothing. So is this blank, basically? Is this blank if this field is not containing of anything? Then we use if it is blank or if it's not. So if it is blank, then we need to use the value that gets passed on here. And then this would have to be a two-step sequence now. Then that would have to lead into a two-step sequence. Oh. So that we do both of these. Yes, and then those are the variables that we need to pass on. So if it's empty, then it just carries on like normal and passes the variable into the into the text field. If it's not an empty text field, this max override text string, then it uses that string instead. So now it should say unlimited instead of -1 in this case. And technically it'll also work even if override max value is disabled. So you can have it say whatever you want it to, and then actually the slider just has like a value. But why would you ever do that? It's just like a side effect of this. So you can now have the text part here say whatever you want it to. But then the actual slider still affects like the variables according to all the other rules that we've established so far. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, snap. Right. This is gonna be stupid because I have to pass this as float. String. So what is that? Is that a parse? Can't remember. I for some reason I can never remember this fucking shit. I don't know what it is. It's just like something I can never remember. To string, is that it? Oh no, it's already a string. So to float? No? Shit. We used it somewhere, didn't we? So you can do to string and then float. Was it the parse thing? Yeah, see, that's why I can't remember. It's because it's like within the float like type or whatever you want to call it, unit option. That's where the actual parsing of this as a like a string as a float is. So due to how like the search engine works, it's like, yeah, it might complain now. Oh, it might not be able to do it. Exception has been from by the target of an invocation. I don't know if the flow has to pass through here. Or if it has to like actually store that in order to parse it. Yeah, I think so. Input string was not in the correct format. Oh shoot, that's true. Oh fuck, what am I saying? I forgot. Right. This might be a problem. Okay, I have to change how this is set up a little bit then. Okay. That's because I need to convert the float to a string in order to pass it through here. But I suppose I could actually, yeah. Okay, there's an easy solution to this. We just convert it to a string here instead. And then we plug that value in directly to the text. So it's already converted to a string. There we go. This should be the simplest way I can probably do this. Yeah, so now they're both strings. Things. That might also be a bit more performance friendly because I'm only doing a string conversion once now. Like, at least I'm 100% sure that I'm only doing it once. You never know how Bolt, of course, handles certain aspects of your code. Hey, okay. Oh, right. That's true. Might need a little bit of an extra step here. Okay, let's move this out a little bit. Oh wait, has to go up there. There we go. Why does it never go down there? Oh, because this value is already negative. This is after the conversion. There we go. So much work just to get this to say unlimited. Sorry about the loud music. So much work to just make this say unlimited. But it works. It fucking works. Now I just need to get the toggle button to visually update correctly and actually work as intended. But the slider on its own at least works. And it also passes on the correct variables. Because it passes on the interpolated, if you will. Or interpreted value, so -1, so you can go to 199 FPS or to 100. Actually, that's true. If I set the, that's true. To get around that, I just need to set the max to 201. So now it can go from, you can either have between 30 to 200 target FPS or unlimited target FPS. Of course, right now it says -1 in the beginning, but that's just because I haven't made the loading of the variable update appropriately. So that's why it says -1. Because that needs its own framework now as well. So I can type in 200 here. That's true. See, this is an interesting part where you can only insert numbers as a user, but the game can actually change it to letters. That's kind of cool. So I can change this to 200 and it'll stay as 200. And then if it's moved just barely an inch over. Nice. So all that is working. And then if we load, it should keep the state of those saved. Because that's saved when you press the main menu button. I just forget that I have to technically press that to set the settings. That's also, I guess, a failsafe. If you set a setting in the game's options menu and then it like... What the fuck? Okay, that's... I might need to look at that tomorrow. But yeah, if you set something in there and then for some reason it messes up your game, then as long as you don't return to main menu, it doesn't store that as a default setting. So why is max FPS like super low right now? Eh? Alright, it's on the initialization of the FPS slider itself. What happens here? Reset to defaults, float, set value. No, wait, that's the reset to defaults. This is on initialization, so what? So it loads it, but why is it 0? Maybe it doesn't save properly? That would be here somewhere. Target FPS. When I press main menu, saves 149 as target FPS variable. And that means that should now be the default that it loads. Unless it's just like, because I've been fiddling around with this so much and it's kind of fucked up the default state stuff. The default configs that get saved in the initial step. Because it could be. Could be something like that. Yeah, it might be. This is going to be the last thing we check for today. And if it doesn't work straight off the bat, then I'll just write it off as a task for tomorrow. Yeah, so it says it at 0. Should be like 149 or whatever it was set to when I started up again. Fingers crossed. But it could be due to how the vsync option is saved. Though that should also be a setting that gets saved when you press the main menu button, so because it gets set separately, as long as it gets set correctly, it should work. But it doesn't. Like, it's disabled, but for some reason the value that it loads is 2 points. I don't even know where this 2 point something comes from. Well, that's a future dragon task. I am pretty spent for the day. Oof. But learned a lot today though. Messed with things that didn't quite expect that we would get into. And even though it takes a long while to get progress, it's, you know, it's a process. Game development is as a bigger process as pretty much anything you can find out there. So yeah, that's it for today. And I think we're just gonna end the stream quietly. And I hope to see some of you tomorrow and that you learned something today. Anyways, that's me for today and have a good one. Bye for now.